something happens. So I can't really, yeah.
For what? I'm confused. I don't know. You're waiting on me for what?
I think it starts with an A and ends with A. Artwork.
Oh, we went over this yesterday. He had all day to find art.
Bob's on strike.
There's no good Artoria art today. I'll give you one.
Flags. My esophagus burning. Heartburn. It feels not so much.
Honestly, I wasn't sure if this was new art or not. I just assumed that I already missed it, and I didn't want to say anything because I was stupid.
But it's Tuesday. You're eating Sunday. But it's Tuesday.
Have fun.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I see chat has noticed the new art piece. Where can I find it? You cannot. You cannot currently find the art piece. And the reason why is because this is its debut. I did talk to the artist. They're probably going to post it to Twitter in the coming days. I don't know when. Sometimes artists are like immediate with this stuff. Sometimes they take their sweet time. I just figure whenever they do it, they do it. And I'll let you guys know. Yep. So it's like, this is the finished and paid for piece. I just, again, usually let the artist do it on their own time. All right, let me get my tweet out. I'm running a little bit behind. I have to apologize. I had, not to gross you guys out, but just some stomach issues, so... That is why I am running behind. Busy playing BG3. I have been playing BG3. The honor mode run is going swimmingly so far. Okay, the tweet is live. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. Bro, I'm gonna lose my mind if my my Pixiv keep doing this. I don't know why, but it just like crashes all the time. And it's just Pixiv. Like no other web page does this to me. Let me try reopening. The entire like browser. Yeah, I think it's like Chrome is basically why. Give me 1 second here. Okay, that reopened. There it is. Okay. I don't know why Pixiv ever does that to me. Okay. It's been slow for me. I mean, I assume it as always it's cookies and stuff, but I think it's because like Pixiv uses so many cookies and they're like high quality images and stuff like that. That like Chrome, especially when it needs to update, just can't seem to handle it. Like, so that's what I assume is going on. But yes, okay, so I got the tweet out that I am live. Do me a favor, like I said, chat, go give me some love. And we're going live right here. Oh, forgot to plug in the capture card. Hello, everybody. Here is today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love as well. And boom, there it is for us on Twitch. Why am I not hearing anything? There we go. Okay. But yeah, so that was Race Queen Aurelia. And that image will be out shortly. So I will... Again, if it's posted by the artist soon, then you guys will know immediately. I'll post it on the Discord and everything, but otherwise you'll just have to pay attention to Twitter if you guys aren't on the Discord. At which point I will say, please join the Discord. We have a great community on there, so Interestingly enough, I did get a DM over the past couple days, which is a really weird situation. I was talking about this to some of the people in VIP, but I actually accidentally banned someone off the Discord, and they got very upset with me. But a lot of it had to do with they shared a name with somebody that I used to know back in the day, in the early days of FGO, and their message kind of led off with like, "Oh, I don't know this Khadroth person," and so I was like, "Hold on, this person does know me," and then I was like, "This has got to be a hacked account," and so I banned it and ended up realizing, "Oh crap, this is not a hacked account, and this is all a misunderstanding." But in the process, it came up that it's like, I guess somebody in Blue Archive is using my name and is running a club or something in Blue Archive under my name, which is fine if they are. I just like I laughed because I was like, it's probably someone on our Discord. I had no idea. I blame Pinnas as probably. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm sorry, I don't actually play Blue Archive, so I have no idea. Like, but it is what it is. Didn't know Cad played Blue Archive? He doesn't. Or I guess he does, but he is not me. But no. We got some interesting stuff to go over on NA. I'm going to be covering Bakin for you guys tonight as we try to head towards whoops. It's upside down for me. As we try to head towards Hekinden coming up in the coming weeks. I'm going to try to stay ahead of the devs in that regard. So we're going to get Bakin, then Tametomo. Avalon is feeling better, so he got me the numbers. And basically, then we'll probably also end up going over the actual event. It's an interesting one. But right now, we certainly have Traum that we're trying to finish up. And it hadn't even been a week until like Monday. But then, boom, we had the Grail front announced. So, like, now we've got it. We actually had the maintenance last night for it. I don't know when I'll have the time for it. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow because I'm hoping to get Traum done tonight, but we'll see. I do have some other stuff to tend to on JP here, but we'll probably try to lessen the actual JP activity on stream. I have done a lot of the treasure maps off stream, and there are some of those like 5 AP like side story nodes, but it be what it be. Long live twin brother Cad, yes. First Moonsault wasn't too bad, but I can see how they get harder. Yeah, like the early Grail fronts are never that hard, right? Like, so all I'm gonna say is the last two in particular both take a while, and I don't think they're that difficult, but they're certainly failable if you don't know what you're doing. And when it's like you've got like a half-hour plus Grail front, people don't really want to fail that, right? Do you think the summer BB banner is getting skipped because of earlier? What do you mean because of earlier? I don't have any brothers. Hello, Avalon. Again, I'm glad you're feeling better. Pion, thank you for the 8 months. Dayan, thank you for the 49. Appreciate you guys. Saber butt Grail front is too hard for my small brain. Understandable. I'm betting summer BBs next week. Yeah, probably. Like, I assume they'll just delay it because of basically they're trying to run too many things at once right now, but we'll see. Yeah. We know the whole reason they're running the Grail fronts is because of the upgrades attached. Support list was strong. Yep. that time of year where I let Gramps be Gramps. Listen, y'all know I can tell you how I did them all on JP. Like my bunny with burn command codes and healing command codes, and Honey Lake just sat there and shat on the entirety of all the enemy servants. So the only thing I'm going to make sure, again, that I tell you guys with regards to the Grail Front, make sure you have some measure of strategy for how to get the chests. Otherwise, you're going to have to go in and redo them. One of them in particular is pretty bad. I think it's the one that, like, it may be the next to last one, but it's the one where Martha is guarding it. And actually, I don't think that's even the next to last. I think that's like the third from the last. Because you basically have to bait her out and kite her and then like run someone down there and grab it before like she suicides onto you. Ganesha kept attacking every time I ignore her. Yep. That's the problem you guys are going to run into. Is Martha aggressive? She is if you get close. Like, she will chase you. And, I did forget this. So, chat, this is the first Grail Front where you have new Grail Front mechanics. The new movement mechanics are in this one. So, now, like, if you, depending on the classes that you use, so, like, assassins can attack multiple times in a turn. Riders can move multiple times in a turn. Everybody else is kind of just standard. But like, that's the big thing to denote is that like, if you're going to do some kiting, try to kite with a rider so that you can outpace her. Or, sorry, at least keep even with her. Is the AI smarter? I mean, to a degree, yes. I don't really find that they are. The AI is utterly predictable because it follows a pattern of circumstances that is like easy to discern. You can quite literally still bait it. Can archers attack at distance? Not as far as I know, but that would be really cool if they allowed that, right? Granted, I guess not every archer has ranged capability. Ganesha just keeps moving back and forth for me, so not that smart. That's not a sign that it's stupid. That's a sign that it's guarding. So basically, they have the Ganesha on like defensive mode. That's what I'm talking about, though. You have to be careful because if you don't have somebody else to go get the chest, you'll end up losing out and having to refight. She wasn't guarding anything, though? Oh, if that's the case, then maybe it was stupid. I have no idea. But usually it's like they're guarding the endpoint or the, like, what they consider to be their stronghold. I play Ganesha in defense mode? Exactly. Exactly. Grail Fronts, I don't like them, but I should be able to get most of them done. I like Grail Fronts. I think Grail Fronts are actually cool. It's just, to me, Moonsault is where the Grail Fronts finally took too long. Like, you had hour-long Grail Fronts in Moonsault. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. I like Grail Fronts. They shouldn't take this long. Like, so I don't know what they can do to speed it up, but probably after Bakin and Phoenix. I was guarding the master only attacks when Regend got too close. Yeah. I didn't get them to try until last year's JP Ptolemy one. Honestly, the Ptolemy one is an interesting one. I feel like they're still long, but they're long because there's a strategy to them, not because they just filled it with a shit ton of enemies. Now, there are some that are long because they filled it with a shit ton of enemies, at least respawning enemies. But most of them are like, hey, you can tell there's like something you need to do on the map. Oh, I don't know. I've already done the opening story for Moonsault. Which I found that it was hilarious that not only was there a fourth wall break, but that they also... I don't get this. They literally said like, oh, hey, sorry, the CCC manga is only available for sale in Japan. And I literally like stopped, thought about that, and I was like, it cannot be hard for people that literally, you know, translate all of like LB6, right? Like translate a full fucking visual novel. It cannot be hard for them to translate something as laconic as a manga. That is to say, there's not a shit ton of actual language going on in a manga. A lot of it's done with the like panels and the animation. And then, you know, a couple of short, curt phrases here and there. So I saw that and I was just like, why don't they translate and localize these? Like, I get there's probably a rights issue and they would need to find a distributor, but it's like, just distribute it through Aniplex itself. Like, I'm actually surprised that they don't. Translating manga requires image editing. Yeah, but they already have that. We know that. Like, we literally know that because they actually do talk about how they have to change all the logos. So they're actually very good at image editing. And that's where it's like, I'm really surprised that they don't try to do that more to a degree, right? Yeah, if it's made by a third-party company, that certainly could be an issue where it's like maybe the local, maybe the local Japanese manga publishers have the rights to it, and not like Type Moon obviously has their rights, but they don't have the right to like distribute it in other areas. I guess I don't know. Singles art team does the logo editing. Oh, I know. My point is, I don't see why they can't do it for NA. Especially if it makes them more money in the end. Is it worth calculating the sequence and RP someone will get from 7th Annie? I mean, it might be if it leads you to like being able to pity, but like you're either gonna have pity or you're not, right? There's not a lot you can do if you're already in saver mode. Like chat, if you already know you're not going to roll, calculating the amount doesn't help you. So it's only going to help you if you're considering, well, what else could I roll on? At that point, go for it, but I don't really think it's a big deal, right? Not letting random manga light novel stuff get localized here. Yeah, which probably is because they themselves don't have any sort of distributorship contact on this side of things. So it's like they want the rights to it and they want that exclusivity, but the reality is it's like they shouldn't have exclusivity to the extent of they're selling it in an area that company doesn't exist. So it's probably just a negotiating issue on the behalf of Type Moon and everything, but who knows? As long as you have 300 full ascended servants, including welfares, or not including welfares, you'll have pity. Yeah, it's a good way to think about it. I'd like to know what there could possibly be so I can plan accordingly. I don't think it matters, and here's why. If you're somebody that cares about hitting pity, you're either going to hit it or you're not. If you're somebody that like basically doesn't care, then you already don't care to begin with. So the oddity of this is if you care about hitting pity, calculating how much quartz you have to know whether or not you would have more quartz to be able to spend on additional summons doesn't really matter, because that's you going, I need to hit pity, calculating that you have more than that, making sure that you'll hit pity, and then considering rolling not on pity. Which to me seems really backwards. So, and I'm not trying to like call anyone out here or anything. All I'm trying to say in all of this is that I think calculating the number more than anything serves no purpose other than self-assurance. Like it's just okay, this makes me feel better about the number that I have, right? I think that's really all it is. Cat's double talk, pretty much. What I'm trying to say is the logic here is somebody is saying, I'm not going to roll unless I have enough for pity. But then how much more would I have beyond pity so that I can roll without pity? And it's like, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because if you want pity, then it doesn't matter how much more you have, because that's going to end up going towards the next pity. Unless it's not. And I think I can understand the logic from the standpoint of somebody wants pity, but then they want to know how much they would have to roll on an additional unit that would be RNG, like that they would leave up to chance. That's certainly a thing. And if I can use some Sancors for something else before. Right. And my standpoint on this is, if you have more to spend, just save for another pity. Right? That's faster you get back to pity. That's faster you have the opportunity to do on something else. So it's to me, it's more like this logic of what can I get away with? And at that point, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. So it's like I don't see the need to necessarily like, do it, right? Like to necessarily spend all the time doing the calculation. And I'm not saying this because whale, I'm saying this because like this is exactly how I treat my JP account. Like my JP account is like, all right, do I have enough to hit pity? All right, sweet, I have enough to hit pity. And that's it. I don't really consider rolling on other banners after that. Because I go right back into saving for pity mode. And if there is something that shows up, I just go, okay, I don't have pity, and I'm going to roll, and it doesn't matter. I know that I might not get the unit. I want more MP copies for Kaba, so I want to know I'll have pity at least getting me +1 additional copies of her. Yeah. And that's fine, right? Like, as I'm saying, I understand people wanting to know whether or not they'll hit pity. But beyond that, I don't think it really matters. Just got Charlie on a daily disappointment. I need to start doing that more on NA. I totally keep forgetting. It's because old JP mentality dies hard, where it's like I just never actually do it. You know what? Here. Give me DQ. That's not a DQ. Feels Batman. I don't really have a reason to roll here. Like, in all seriousness. Art of Death. Okay. I sense death. Constantine incoming now. I could also tackle how do you just grab the 1 copy per banner, save up again, and do it for her next raid up. Yeah, no, I mean, like, in all seriousness, I think if you're a free to play and you want multiple MP levels of something, you need to only be thinking in terms of pity. Period. End of story. You missed one, Cad? I know I did. No go on Ganesha? No, why would I roll Ganesha? Chat, you know it. I know it. It's gonna happen. So it's like, when it happens, it happens. Why would I bother wasting the courts to try and make it happen? Like, I straight up, chat, I've already had it happen to me twice on JP. So. And that's why they haven't done any Draco reruns. You're right. Poor, small, independent developer LaSingle doesn't have the money to run another Draco banner. That you figured it out. You've cracked the code. Okay, now chat, before we go into that, I'm going to have to keep an eye on my AP because I don't know how long this will take, but we are going to do the Bakin review. Oh, wait, hold on. Why not do a single BAPL? What do you mean a single? Because if you ever think that you're not going to have to, you shouldn't. And the logic here goes that that basically if you're thinking you're not going to need to use the sprout, that you shouldn't, because the sprouts are limited. So I just actually really like the style. You can tell this is a like 90s artist. I think it's Ascension 2 for me, chat. I think Ascension 2 looks best. Oh, hold on. I think I just opened my work email. give me 1 second on that. That was almost spicy. That was almost real spicy. Okay. Normally I do not do that. Sorry, chat. I'm just looking over the notes. She does have good scalability. Okay. Michael Bolton. Why do I have a feeling I know what this is? Okay. Yeah, that skill. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, fandom. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Okay. Takizawa. Tokimuri. When is she coming out again? It's a good question. We basically know it's early June. So I'll probably address that here. I just went to the NA tab, didn't I? Hold on. Chat, this is how far ahead you are now. You like we told you guys there probably wouldn't be acceleration this year because they didn't need to. They could just flip-flop like one event and everything would be fine. They have accelerated us almost like a month ahead. Like, I have no idea why. This is why we're doing the Bakin review. Straight up. I have no idea when they're going to drop this. I can guess, but like, it's entirely possible that our guess based off what they should do is just wrong because they go even faster again. They've done this to us like 3 times in a row. So it's why I'm just going, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing it. We're doing the Bakin review. You guys will be informed. And then if they do it ahead of time, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't really know why they're doing this. This is not an acceleration to catch up to JP. This isn't going to change things down the line. It's just, I get the feeling they're going to create this like bubble, like kind of in like the mid portion of the year where like there's just not a lot to do because they fucked up their schedule. I don't really understand it. Okay. Let me make sure this is going well. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking to you about Kyokute Bakin, aka our new AoE arts writer. Sorry. The issue here at play and why we're going to be going ahead and covering this is because we are going to be having Hakinden in early June. We already know this because the devs talked about it. It was part of their sort of revelations of things to come. And the issue at play here is that essentially this is going to be now roughly almost a month ahead of where JP was. And we kind of know why this is to an extent, because we know that we're going to be getting, obviously, the anniversary on NA roughly about a month before JP had it. This is just always kind of the case, as we usually end up celebrating it in early July, whereas JP normally ends up celebrating it early August or even late July at the earliest. Why they may be doing this year, we're not really sure. We actually didn't think they would be accelerating this much to try and get stuff out ahead of the anniversary, but that is why you guys currently have the Grail Front going on right now in NA. So in an effort to stay ahead of the devs, because we don't really know why they're going this fast, we're just going to go ahead and kind of get you guys the Bakin and Tametomo reviews right now so that you guys know what you're up against. That being said, it is possible that we get the Hakinden event probably around June 3rd or 4th, roughly around when some of the other banners wrap up. But it is also possible that they actually just overlap with everything else and end up bringing it as early as June 1st. I don't really necessarily see that, but it is why we're going ahead and giving you guys the Bakin review. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and talk Bakin. Like I said, she's going to be our newest AoE arts writer being added to the game. Obviously, then, with that in mind, there's going to be some considerations for competition. You already have units out there like Da Vinci, like Odysseus, that are definitely SSRs as well, that fill that same niche. But I think the other big sort of elephant in the room is going to be units like Khadroth that are welfare that everybody else has. We're going to be talking about that and comparing them. Also, Bakin is a limited servant. She hasn't had a whole lot of banners. Don't expect her to, because this is sort of a one-off type of event. The Hakinden event is an event that we're going to be going over in the coming days. It is an interesting one. It's another sort of miniature lotto style of event, as we've talked about. And you will see yet another one after this event coming later this year with the Guda Guda event, sort of towards the end of the year. So it is an interesting event nonetheless, but Bakin is going to be sort of the banner unit for that. But we'll also be getting Tametomo as part of it as well. Now, Bakin is basically going to be a interesting concept for a writer, because she can not only be sort of just your AoE looping writer, but she can also be used in sort of multiple damage dealer types of setups, because she does have a little bit of utility in her kit. But regardless, let's go ahead and start out by looking at her raw stats. So right here, you guys can see she gets about 10.7k attack. This is actually pretty low for a 5-star. This is definitely a concern for her, but it's not the end of the world, as she does actually have quite a bit of damage scalability, particularly with regards to her NP. So if you're actually using her in niche, she'll actually do perfectly fine damage. If you're using her outside of that, that may be a little bit more of a concern. But at that point, that may be considerations for if you really want a stronger Bakin, just roll more copies of her. But obviously, I'm not necessarily going to recommend that for everybody. She does at least get about 14k HP. Again, this is not top of the line HP, but it is still fairly robust. And she does have some survivability in her kit in order to help this out. So I don't think the HP is going to be too big of a concern either. And now, as you look here, you can see she is man attribute. She has a little bit under average star absorption for a writer at 197. And that's just, again, because she's an arts unit. She has star generation of 9% and P-charge attack of only 0.41. This is, I think, a number that a lot of people look at and think that her refund is bad. Please don't pay any attention to anyone that thinks that. They have no idea how refund works, because this is actually still going to be perfectly adequate for her. You guys can see here she does have NP charge defense of 3%, and she does end up having a death rate slightly higher than average at 33.7. She does end up being lawful balanced as well, and then is female gendered. Her basic traits here are going to be divinity, hominide, humanoid, riding, servant, 7 knights servant, and weak to Enema Elish. She, interestingly enough, does not come with a triple arts deck. This is probably due to the fact that she's a writer, but she ends up getting the second quick card. So as a result, she does at least have very good hit counts. Her Buster card is going to be the one that's underperforming at only 2, but her extra attack actually gets an extra 1 at 6. So at the end of the day, this is actually pretty ideal for her, as it does mean that her extra attacks performance is going to be pretty good. Also, considering the fact that it can generate stars and Noble Phantasm means that it's kind of putting the hit counts on the cards that are actually good for that, less so on the cards like Buster that are just more known for their damage. So again, it is a perfectly adequate allotment of hit counts there. Looking at her kit now, you guys can see her first skill starts out by charging her own gauge up to 30%. This is going to make her a 30% charger, just like Odysseus. Obviously, we're going to have some concerns about like comparisons to someone like Da Vinci Rider, who very much automates looping, both with the charge per turn that she gets, as well as the charge that she gives the entire party after NP. Bakin's not necessarily going to do that, but Bakin does at least charge the party by a flat amount of 10%. It is except herself, though, so this does not add into the 30% charge that she already had. She does gain 15 crit stars right here, basically giving her a nice crit star bomb. So even though she had that lesser amount of star generation, it's a-okay for her to basically still have this, as it's going to give her an ability to sort of produce stars on command, on demand when she actually needs it. This is going to be on a 6-turn cooldown. Her second skill here is quite the doozy of a skill. It's got a lot going on for it. You can see it's a targetable skill, so this is where some of the supportive aspect is going to come from, on top of that 10% charge that she's giving everybody else, as it's going to increase one ally's quick arts and buster performance for 3 turns by 20% each, and then basically increase their critical damage for 3 turns by an additional 20%, increase their NP damage for 3 turns by an additional 20%, recover their HP by up to 1,000, and then also grant them a single stack of evasion for 3 turns, as well as debuff immunity 1 time for 3 turns. This is sort of an all-in-one, all-encompassing type of skill. It pretty much does everything that you could ask for it. So in that regard, I do think it is a very nice effect. It's not super strong, and for most units, especially that focus on one card type, this is fundamentally a 40% steroid. It's going to be their card type up of 20%, as well as the NP damage up of 20%. But the fact that this can be used either on Bakin herself to help out her looping and damage output, or on somebody else after maybe Bakin takes out a wave and helps charge the party, does sort of lend credence to that idea of Bakin being versatile, being adaptable, and being usable in multiple party structures to allow you to really utilize her effectively. In other words, Bakin is going to be good and useful no matter what the circumstances are. And in that regard, I do find that she is going to be a very solid unit for most people to pick up. But keep in mind that there are other welfares out there that you just may already have, so Bakin is not necessarily going to be anything like a gotta roll. It's just going to be somebody that you might want to consider if you really like her design, or you really feel like she could add something to your Chaldea. All of this, again, still on a 6-turn cooldown, so cooldowns here being kept low, which is going to be really nice in terms of synergy with someone like Tamamo. Then we end up on the third skill here, and it's going to increase her own arts performance for 3 turns by up to 30%, and then basically grant herself a buff on attack for the next 3 turns that will increase the party's attack by 5% whenever Bakin uses an arts card. Now, the interesting concept at play is, again, if you remember, her deck is only double arts. If this had been triple arts for a deck instead, this might be a little bit nicer. But as a result, in a conventional 3-turn scenario, you're only going to end up getting 2 cards. Now, what you can do is you can card count and try to pop it towards the end if you realize that you're going to end up getting, say, both of Bakin's arts cards on turn 3. You could pop this skill, get the effect for that, and then maybe get more if you manage to land an arts card in the next 2 turns, as there is going to be that reset that conventionally happens every 3 turns with your cards. But at the end of the day, I can say if you manage to game the system that way, it's perfectly fine. You could also end up using her in a solo environment and use that to just keep spamming. That would then, at that point, get you quite a bit more. But remember, this whole benefit to this is it being a party-wide effect, so it just kind of is what it is. But this does sort of contribute some ideas of maybe pre-carding your NP to get more damage, not only for yourself, but maybe even for somebody else in the party trying to, fire off a Noble Phantasm. So either way, getting Bakin's arts card out before the NP has some advantages, But obviously, just like any other conventional unit, you're probably going to want to do it after the NP for more refunds. So there is going to be that sort of cost benefit analysis you're going to have to do of, do I want more damage now on my NP, or do I want more damage afterwards, basically, maybe with a follow-up NP as well as getting more refunds. So again, up to you to determine how to use this skill, but it does sort of, again, make it quite versatile in its use. She does get a 6-turn cooldown as well on this, so everything just kind of nice and even across the board. For her passives, you can see she does get Riding B. Again, there you go. That's that second quick card being in there. So this is going to really help her out in that regard, as it's going to just increase the amount of Noble Phantasm generated as well as stars being generated by those cards. And then Magic Resistance B, this is going to increase her debuff resistance by 17.5%. Most units end up having magic resistance. This is going to be a little bit something extra, but do keep in mind she does at least have that targetable debuff immunity in her kit, even though it's only one time. She does also get Divinity of C rank. This is going to add 150 flat damage to her attacks. Nothing too crazy, but certainly something better to have than not. And then we get to her append skills. Starting off with her third append here, you can see she does have anti-foreigner attack damage aptitude. There is potentially some synergy here, as again, she does have both anti-evil and anti-demonic niches. You never know, these might end up sort of coming into play, as a lot of foreigners are going to end up having that evil trait due to, you know, literally the whole like foreign god type deal going on with them. But again, it's up to you to determine if this is something you actually wish to use your coins on. Bakin being a limited unit that doesn't have a lot of banners means that you probably don't need to really try too hard to grab this, though it wouldn't be the worst out of all the third appends I've ever seen. For most people, I'm still going to recommend mana loading just because of the sort of strategies that this helps unlock, especially with her being a 30% charging unit. This means it's going to pair out really nicely with her charge skill if you manage to lower your mana loading. So this is going to be my recommendation for what you want to grab first on her. But certainly the first skill here is probably the second recommendation that I would go with, because again, this is going to increase her extra attack finesse. It's going to increase the performance of that 6-hit extra attack. That's not only going to be damage, but also star generation and NP generation. So you already know you have a good extra attack. Enhancing it even more is going to help you out quite a bit. Now, looking at her Noble Phantasm, you can see it is only a 4-hit AoE Arts NP, and this is where, like, again, some people are probably going to go, well, hold on, she only has a 0.41 NP gain rate. Why is this so crazy? Well, keep in mind, she has a targeted 20% arts up in her second skills kit there, and then her third skill is also a 30% arts up, so she really does have 50% arts up for 3 turns in her kit. At that point, you also know she has a charge skill, so this 0.41, especially with good hits on the arts cards, doesn't look too crazy, even though it's only a 4-hit on the NP. This is going to be an AoE MP that's going to increase her own damage against demonic enemies by 30% for 1 turn. This is a power mod, a power modifier. The reason why we know this is because it's got a 1-turn duration. This means that it's not only going to impact the NP itself, but it also can subsequently influence cards that she uses for the rest of that turn. So if you manage to follow up the NP with her arts cards, for instance, they would also get 30% extra damage towards demonic enemies. This is what makes power modifier really nice, as opposed to super effective modifier, which only impacts the NP. Not to misunderstand, though, because super effective modifier is not bad, and we'll explain that basically here in a second. So, again, you can see this deals damage to all enemies from there, and then it's going to also gain her 8 crit stars every time she NPs, so as she loops through, she will at least generate a little bit of crit stars. And then certainly the overcharge effect here is going to deal extra damage to all enemies that have evil alignment. It's going to be a 150% modifier here, making this super effective. Now, the reason why super effective is so strong is because even though it only impacts the NP itself, it is something that is a unique style of buff. That is to say, super effective modifiers are wholly unique and multiplicatively scaling with every other damage increasing buff in the game. because they are their own category. That's what makes super effective modifiers so strong, is it's not going to be additively scaling with other buffs. It's going to actually be multiplicative and sort of scale beyond its original capability in that regard. So super effective is always more desirable to have in that regard. Power modifier just opens up other possibilities for additional damage if you can manage to follow up. Again, both are good, but it just really depends on the situation. Bakin having both, it's the best of both worlds at that point, so this is really a feather in her cap to have this. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Bakin's overall refund numbers. As again, I think this is going to be important to understand about her so that you guys can understand why that 0.41 is not necessarily bad. So, with 2 times Castoria supports with Bakin against 3 caster enemies. This is going to be her effective sort of niche here. At this point that she's going to, with 3 out of 12 hits of overkill. So again, that's 1 hit of overkill per enemy if you're going up against 3 enemies. You're looking at basically, with that double Castoria setup, roughly 80% refund, and that's rounding up a little bit. It's actually 79.7, but that's just assuming that you actually killed the enemies in the wave and you got no additional overkill hits. With double Castoria against casters, you would get back to 80%. So again, the refund here is not bad. She's not a full 100% looper, but you already know she has charge in her kit, and you also already know that, again, there's going to be units like Castoria that have just charge for days to be able to provide to the actual unit trying to do the loop. Again, remember too that she can function in a multi-damage dealer setup. Maybe she just only needs to take out 1 wave herself. It really just depends on what you're trying to do. But if we're looking at that, we can also look at what about Bakin versus only 2 enemy casters with double Castoria. At that point, you would only need 1 out of 8. Only 1 to actually kill, basically, at that point. And one of the 2, basically. And that would get you back to the 50% breakpoint that should make it possible for most other things. So again, at 2 hits of overkill out of 8, you're only looking at like 53%, so it's not really making a huge deal. But this is enough to get you back to that 50% breakpoint that, systems like the quick system seem to rely on quite a bit. So in Bakin's case, yes, she can loop over even 2 enemy waves, and it's not that crazy for her to do so. And if we do want to analyze even a single caster at that point, a 1 out of 4 overkill hits will get you roughly about 26.57, aka 27% refund. Not the greatest, but it would be enough basically for her to actually be able to, get there as long as you had enough supplemental charge in the party. So at that point, yes, she can loop over even a single enemy. You're just probably going to need to start her out with some starting charge at that point and actually make sure you end up having something like an Oberon as a 3rd support so that you have enough to actually get back that sort of 70% on the back end. But it is what it is, and it is certainly a thing that would be possible for her, even though it might not be the most desirable of outcomes. So, as we look at that now, let's go ahead and talk about options for craft essences. Since we know looping is not really going to be a problem with Bakin and her refund is actually going to be quite good, we can take a look at Black Grail here, as it's just kind of the gold standard for increasing the amount of damage that you do. Again, Black Grail does not have to be the option that you use, though. There are other sort of lesser options that do similar effects to Black Grail, things like Heaven's Feel, Angel's Song, or Dragonkin. Each one of those should be one that you might have already and should be a decent replacement, if not going to be performing to the same degree that Black Grail does. Maybe you're up against one of those scenarios where it's like a 2 enemy wave. Maybe at that point you want to use something like Ocean Flyer, or maybe you're in a hybrid setup where Bakin's just handling 1 enemy. Either way, starting her out with a 50% starting charge CE is going to be ideal for that. That's where my recommendation for Ocean Flyer is coming in, since it's such a good welfare CE that you guys all should have. And again, it's all attack scaling and basically going to get you all the charge, NP damage up, and arts up that you would really want on her. If you manage to be in a scenario where you just really need to invuln pierce with her, Bakin doesn't have sure hit or invuln pierce anywhere in her kit. So the recommendation is going to be something like Honey Lake that can stack an additional power modifier should the enemy be burning. If you're concerned with that, remember you can just put burn command codes on Bakin's cards and then maybe, try to pre-card or something like that to get burn on the enemy. Certainly, this is going to be a tactic that's going to work a lot better in challenge environments necessarily than something like farming, but it is an option there should you need that invuln pierce. And there are other invuln pierce CEs that you can work, especially something like Origin Bullet, which is pretty much custom tailor-made at this point to work against casters. So that is going to end up being a more permanent viable option for some of you out there that just need that invuln pierce and would work perfectly for someone like Bakin, since you're already going to be using her against casters to begin with. If you're trying to start from zero, though, and you maybe somehow need just a little bit more refund, Sign of a Smiling Face can be your go-to, as it's going to still provide some NP gen as well as arts up, kind of helping out those refund numbers, but not quite being Black Grail at that point. And then if you're looking for a more welfare version of something like that, something like Royal Icing, not going to be too much, but it can give at least the 15% arts up that could potentially really help you out. So again, those are going to be my craft essence recommendations. You don't have to use these. You can still use something like Formal Craft or something like that if you're really just looking for some additional NP generation. But either way, all of these should be viable options for Bakin depending on the circumstances. Now let's go ahead and talk about the actual charge scenario with Bakin. This is going to be against 3 caster enemies with a double Castoria and Oberon setup. This is honest to God almost overkill at this point. As you can see, you don't even need the append or any sort of starting charge. You're just going to go ahead and pop both Castorias all the way on turn 1, have them fire off the NP if you want right there, or you can go ahead as well and just give Oberon's 20% charge for some additional NP damage up on turn 1. Kind of, even though you're overkill on the amount of charge you already have, that's going to be plenty of firepower basically. And then she's going to fire off that NP, get back to about 80% refund there, and then have her charge to basically top that one off, fire off a second NP, and then have Oberon's 50% charge to do it. So it doesn't even have to be someone like Oberon. You could maybe perhaps get away with using someone like even Nero Bride, or again, maybe even someone like Helena, in order to actually get just that little bit extra more charge and sort of arts up. So you can get away with less. Oberon's just going to be the best damage solution, but certainly you don't have to utilize him. And now, kind of giving you guys some ideas for some other charge scenarios here that we worked out. You guys can see this is going to be something like a Castoria here with a Nero Bride, and basically someone like Proto Merlin down the line. As again, this is going to be another solution if you're trying to sort of mix and match, because maybe one of your supports is already bond 15, or maybe you just don't want to use them, or maybe you don't have them. Either way, this would mean that you wouldn't have to take doubles of any sort. And you can see right here, you start her out with the append, basically give her the 50% charge from a Castoria, and then the 30% from Nero Bride. That's enough for the turn 1 NP. Basically, at that point, she refunds 87%, and then essentially you're going to end up getting something like Proto Merlin coming in here, providing the other 20%, and then that's going to be another 80%, and then Bakin's going to handle that sort of end amount. Again, this is going to be another Bakin against 3 times casters, and this is going to be any 30% charger here, basically, as the third support. So, obviously, the advantage of using someone like Proto Merlin is going to be the fact that she gets another arts up, but maybe you don't have that, and you can see how if you don't have that other arts up, the refund number drops to about 69%. So, as long as you had somebody that could provide an additional 30% charge to her, that would be enough for it to work. And then certainly this is going to be Bakin against 2 times casters, or again 3 times Zerkers. I didn't really go over those numbers with you, but it is something to nonetheless understand that it will impact refund. So at this point, basically it's still the same sort of setup with double Castoria and Oberon, but basically you want to start out with the append, utilize everything other than maybe one of the 20% skills from the Castoria, fire off that first NP. At that point, you're going to only refund against 2 enemies 43%, and then you're basically going to be looking at essentially Oberon there with basically his 20%, the other remaining Castoria 20%, and Bakin's 30%, bringing those numbers all the way up to 113% charge. And then for wave 3 at that point, since you've kind of gotten all the buffs on now she refunds that 53%, and boom, there you go. The missing Oberon 50% charge would be all you need to loop over it. Again, against a single caster enemy, you're looking at basically a similar type of setup here of needing to start out with a 50% CE, but still being able to do it. And again, I'm just not going to bother going over the finer details of each one of these, but you can kind of see how it works with that in mind. And even a scenario in which you use Bakin basically with double Castoria, and then something like instead Fragment of 2004 for some just, non-plug suit action here if you're trying to get away with sort of, less supports and actually just kind of have a nice, easy 3-turn loop. Again, each one of these is certainly possible. Just make sure you're sort of following the instructions. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and talk about Bakin's damage output. So this is going to be Bakin basically against sort of neutral numbers here, but it's going to be 2 times Castoria Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail, and Neo Plug Suit. You guys can see right here at NP1, the damage is not that great. Just keep in mind it is neutral, but you do end up having things like the Demonic Power mod of 30% and the Anti-Evil of 150%, that super effective modifier really helping spike the damage. And it is possible to have overlap, or you manage to get both in play at the same time. Again, Demonic and Evil, that's like, 2 peas in a pod at that point. So you can expect that these will overlap from time to time. But then certainly if you start looking at the NP2 numbers, you start realizing that the numbers get a lot better. So if you're really concerned about damage, you can always try to get that second copy. But obviously, as long as you're using her within her niches, her damage should be very much adequate and very solid. But we do have that ability to compare against some of these other enemies. So we do have Santa Nemo, who is a more recent welfare on the JP side of things. And you can see him with double Castoria Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail Neo Plug Suit. You're looking at basically 346 for him, and then also Anti-Evil Niche at 519. So that's going to cause someone like Bakin a little bit of, concern, certainly. And at that point, you're going to be definitely needing to consider things like her ability to double up, or maybe her utility for the rest of the party. Or again, possibly just rolling higher copies of her. You do obviously end up having another comparison, and that's going to be someone like Khadroth. Now, Khadroth is a lot more straightforward. There's no extra niche there, and Khadroth has other utilities. So to me, she's kind of this like baseline of you sort of need to have the capability of dealing more damage than her in some way, shape, or form. And thankfully, Bakin at least does have that. She can outscale her, particularly with the anti-evil niche here. But you are going to be at least somewhat concerned over her ability at NP1 outside of niche, that basically Khadroth's going to just flat out be better. So at that point, you're going to have to worry about, again, do you roll that second copy, or do you just not use her outside of the niche? And again, I'm going to say, don't forget about sort of her other supportive aspects that not only that Khadroth has, but obviously that Bakin has with that targetable second skill and that ability to charge the party. So keep that in mind, that basically every single one of her skills has some sort of beneficial party-wide effect on it, and that you can use this to your advantage to make Bakin a little bit more useful. Now, let's go ahead and compare her to, again, some of the other 5 stars here. You can see Da Vinci at NP1 is still somewhat struggling at only 224, compared to someone like Bakin here at NP1 at 248. You kind of just go ahead and know that Da Vinci's main forte is sort of that automation, that ability to charge the party, and not necessarily have to worry too much about the refund aspect. Da Vinci is certainly going to be solid in that regard, but definitely this is a concern for her, is her overall damage output. And again, you can see the damage does get a lot better at MP2, but yes, this is going to be something to obviously pay attention to. Odysseus is definitely better than Da Vinci in terms of his damage output, and he does have that ability to remove defensive buffs on his NP before his damage goes out. So he has that capability to kind of just pierce through just about everything, which is sort of the utility that he has, but he is permanent as well. So some of you guys may have him to a higher NP level or something. So just keeping that in mind, though, the fact that Bakin is coming out at 248 already, and he's at 243 without any sort of niche, does mean that that defensive removal is really his only selling point at this point. Though, to be fair, we kind of have already known that, as again, we've already had to contend with these sort of issues with the sort of addition of units like Khadroth and now, yes, even Santa Nemo. So again, I do think Bakin is still in a better spot than probably the other 2 for damage reasons, but not necessarily still when you consider some of the other aspects of what some of those welfares bring to the table. So what do you guys feel about Bakin? How do you guys like her? Will you be rolling during Hakinden? Or at that point, are you guys going to be saving basically for anniversary and summer upcoming? If you guys do plan to roll for Bakin, which Ascension form is going to end up being your favorite? I'm partial actually to the second one, but hey, you know, maybe you guys are preferring maybe the third or even the first if you're looking for something different. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys next for the Tametomo video. Again, thank you guys for all the support. Have a good one. Okay, there we go, chat. How much did I fuck up? I did fuck up one thing, and that's that I never showed the raw numbers for her, but that was I'm okay with the raw numbers. I feel like the raw numbers are nice to know, but they're not super useful if you can't think about like how damage scalability works. I'm someone that can, but I feel like a lot of people probably can't or don't care. So I noticed that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I kind of skipped over it because I tried to reorganize this one in a more coherent way. Because like basically you gave me the charge scenario and then sort of the multi-charge scenario. I was like, let's knock all of this out in one go so that we don't like go back and forth confusing people, right? Congrats on another vid done. Thank you. I'm an arts enjoyer, so proto is my priority. Understandable. Yeah, I do think there's going to be quite a bit of a competition with regards to summer this year and like who people roll for. Rolling for both Bakin and Tomo. Nice. Minamoto is coming? Yes, he is. Calculate how many SSRs I should be able to roll for with my saved courts. I had pity 2 times in a row. Yeah, and it happens. That's it's funny because right after they came out with pity, not only did I hit pity immediately, but then I hit pity immediately again on my quote-unquote free-to-play run account. Now, again, I've told you guys before, I do spend money on it, but I run it like it's a free-to-play. And I sat there and I was just like, what the But at the same time, like I said, I basically ended up saving up, like saving up to pity 3 times that year. So that's how I kind of know where the rough numbers lie when people say like, oh, you can't hit pity, it's impossible in FGO. I'm like, it's not. You're just being sensationalist. But like, it's definitely an issue with regards to the pity system. Did you see the mod for Elden Ring? I did not. Did you post it in the CAD chat on Discord? I didn't see it if you did. Maybe you posted it down in the like action RPG area. No, that's Czar posting the new trailer. Definitely rolling for Scotty, but Ibuki I'm still trying to decide on. I will say this. Ibuki is a very good unit, right? I think she is a good enough unit that every player in the game should consider her. Whether or not you roll her, that's up to you, and you do not have to have her, right? Especially if you have other good AoE berserkers. But that's like the TLDR about her. She is very good enough that you should all pay attention to her. Whether or not you get her, your choice. If you roll enough, you're going to have some lucky parts. Yeah, I do think that's... people also, like, you obviously know every time you hit pity. But people have a tendency to forget every time they luck sack and, like, YOLO something. And that's, like, it's where some of, like, the confusion about the whole system with FGO comes from. And it's really weird, because, like, you have the reverse sort of idea with the systems like, you know, Genshin and Star Rail have, where it's like, you go to pity every time, and so pity's not a big deal for people. Like pity is part of the strategy for them. And then you start realizing, you're like, how fucked is it that they actually hit pity every single time? Like, if you think about that, it's like, that's really messed up that you basically just almost can't get the unit early. You can, it's just very low odds, right? Yeah, I mean, Arkin, I'm not going to end up watching it on stream, but... Only have Mama Raiko, need a good general looper, so Ibuki is priority. Yeah, and that's like, to me, if you don't have a good, like, arts looper unit, Ibuki's like, oh my god, she's a great unit for you to get. Like, she's gonna make your life so much easier, right? Plan for pity, hope for the best. Exactly. And I do think that's a good idea, right? Like, in FGO, odds are you will never go to pity. But shit happens. So you just kind of got to be prepared for it. That's why I say, like, if you save up, you know you will get the unit. If you roll without being at pity in terms of how much courts you have, there's no guarantee. So I also wanted Eris, so it works out. Yeah, Eris is a really nice unit. Of the 4 stars on that banner, or sorry, on all the summer banners, Eris is probably the best 4-star. I think there's some debate for Wu, but I still think Eris is probably the most usable of them. Or, well, useful is probably not the better word. Not usable, but. Gonna go link up with Lady Luck. Gareth got screwed. I think Gareth, to a large degree, has some nice parts, but yes, I said it before and I'll say it again. Like, it is stupid, absolutely asinine of the devs to say, hey, we have AoE Buster Saber who brings the sun in Gareth, or sorry, Gawain, right? And then we have big hulking mama waifu Barcast, who's the exact same niche, doesn't bring the sun, but buff strips. And then we're going to throw Summer Gareth into that and say she's the same. I don't really see it. Like, I don't know what their plan was. To me, that was a you know, sort of like a fold on their part. This could have worked if they had made Gareth like literally any other class. But the fact that they also made her a Saber to compete with these other two, I think that was just stupid of them. Because there's not enough there really to differentiate her from Gawain alone. So, Raider Gareth would have been neat. That would have been an interesting idea. I agree with that. So it's like you could have done something. I understand why they made her a Saber, because it's the sword that she's wielding, but I still think, like, yeah, you were dooming her at that point. But yeah, she's not bad, and I do want to state that like, Gareth Saber is still very usable, very fun to use. But yeah, it's like, I don't understand why you thought that would compete well, right? MP5 Eris will out damage if it's conservant. I'm not sure that's necessarily true, but in fact, I'm pretty sure it's not, but I'd have to actually look at the numbers. Apparently they want us to use the caster to bring the sun for those two. The caster? Huh? I'm confused. Oh, you mean Zhang? Yeah, okay. I was like, what do you mean? But yeah, like, Gawain and Gareth both can bring the sun themselves. In fact, so can Ozzy. Barghest is the only Sunlight Battlefield unit that can't bring the sun herself, which is, I guess, not a good thing for Barghest, but Barghest has so many other advantages that, like, it's just a non-issue. It's what the damage sheet says. Don't trust the damage sheet. Going around with an MP5 Jolter is going to be 120. If you're going around with an MP5 Jolter is going to be 120, you don't care how much damage Eris does, right? Like, it is what it is. But like, you're going to use your 120 waifu over any other unit at that point. And it's the same thing with me. It's like, oh my god, Cad, you have an NP5 120 Lartoria. Well, my Millicent out damages it. I don't care. I'm gonna use my waifu, right? Like, it's like, that's no skin off my back. It's usually just an EP thing for people at that point. Ultimately, no, I don't care. Yeah. Elden Ring has a Mordred armor mod? Yeah, I know they have ported a lot of stuff in. And this will be an interesting thing because to a large degree, I'm sure like the modding community is going to come back in full force again for the DLC coming up here soon. So I'll be really curious to see what they do. Anyways, that was the analysis for Bakin. Like I said, we'll probably do Tametomo tomorrow. Or maybe tonight if I manage to get Traum done here in short order. So that is like on the agenda here for this. But we are going to be switching over to doing Traum now. So let's go ahead. I inherently like Jalter Morbid Curiosity. Yeah, it's fine. Spooch, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so last we left off, chat, I think this is section 18. We are really close to the end of the story. So again, fair warning for spoilers for anyone. If you guys are concerned with that, feel free to lurk. But I will say again, if you are at the same point I'm at, or I catch where you're at, feel free to just read along. I keep telling you guys this all the time, but like I have people like, oh, he's caught me. I need to dip now. And it's like, no, you can actually just stay because yeah, you might be out of AP yourself. But if you read along with me, at that point, you've already probably been doing so. You'll not only get to see my live reaction to it as well as like form your own opinions on things, but also you're going to basically at that point have it easier on yourself. If you guys have to go through the story at that point, you can kind of just skip because you'll have already read it with us. So again, totally up to you guys, but something I thought I would mention. Oh, sorry, we're section 19. Forgive me. God, we're closer to the end than I thought. So this is going to be an interesting thing. You will finish tonight. You could do Moonsault. I could do Moonsault. So that may be something we'll do, depending on timing, right? In the last episode, Naruto died. How dare you? How dare you spoil me however many years? Unless you're meaning Boruto. Yeah, so sorry, did someone ask about my GSSR? I always have an issue with that. And I think the problem is that I don't have every unit in the game, but I have close to it. And so it's just one of those deals where it's like it's usually pick whichever option gives me the least possibility of a USO / the maybe like an advantage towards a unit that I have a desire of additional NP levels of. But for the most part, it's never like going after a unit I don't have, because I have just about every unit I want. There are very few units out there that I don't have that I want, right? Okay, so again, we're going to be continuing on. You mean Boruto's dad? Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm hearing this double, so hold on. He deflected? I don't think he deflected it. I think he obliterated it. What about with some like Black Grail Avalon? Just in one-shot damage. But that's what I figured. Like, I figured I was like, that still doesn't sound right to me. Because again, Jalter, and I'm not trying to toot her horn too much, but Jalter is literally the most offensive unit in the game in terms of like her raw stats. So I'm not gonna say you couldn't beat her. I'm gonna say it just takes a shit ton to actually do so. And given the fact that she is Buster synergistic, combinations with Oberon would work better with her. So, which at this point, it might be the only difference right there. I do like that this is showing just how strong Sumanai is, because I feel like a lot of people don't really appreciate how strong Siegfried is supposed to be lore wise. Everyone's used to the FGO meme. No one could deflect a missile. Ah, I see. Tametomo does not know the power of beam swordsmanship. People just watched APOC and thought he sucked. I mean, in all seriousness, like, Siegfried is so strong that it allows Sieg to actually, like, be a factor in that Grail War. Straight up. Like, Sieg just has Siegfried's heart, and it's that fucking strong. Okay, so the Black Grail actually did tip it. Interesting. So that probably just means that Iris with that double niche is just scaling really well. What? Why are they so like how could he fire on his own? Like what? I guess because of the sheer amount of magical energy, but otherwise I'm like, he's an archer, he has independent action, why would he not be able to act on his own? Nobody stops me. Call sign dragon. Chad, everybody has to have a call sign, okay? Like, call sign, big boy. Volley shot? Oh, jeez. I'm firing my laser. Now, Phoenix, why would you tell me that when that has not been stated at all in the story? I can only assume that that happens in the future, and that what you're typing right now is a spoiler. Been showed multiple times. It has not. Go find it in the last stream then. I do not remember that at all. Yeah, I'm aware of that, IA. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was screwed up. You guys are, I don't think, understanding me here again. But making inferences that are not directly stated 100% is going to trigger my anti-spoiler alarm. So when you're trying to flex knowledge on me, it's not going to go well. Okay, so let's continue on. I assume this is the same rules as before. I don't know if she'll take that 100. Yeah, she should. It's man. Yep, still easily. Yeah, 10 and 6 turns is absolutely doable. It's like 10 and 4 would be very difficult. I'm not going to say I can't do it, but it's entirely possible it gets screwed up and I don't do it. Okay, so we've got that. I'm like one arrow before. It's all good. Okay, at least have an arts card for her. Let's have her take out the rider, just because that's the only one that has any capability, but that should be game right here. In retrospect, I'm so glad about the Mighty Chain, because to me, I see so much how, like, having that Mighty Chain just influences NP generation, because straight up, I'm like sitting here and I'm like, oh man, if not for that quick card being as good as it was, I'm not sure I necessarily would have made it. At least not on my raw charge. The additional charge there from the extra attack and everything, sure. But like, it's really funny because it's like, man, that it was actually closer than I thought it would be. Yeah, Phoenix, I'm going to assume that's just not correct. And the reason why is because Tametomo is not directly mentioned there. Like, alluded to maybe, but not directly mentioned. At least Mighty Chains are soon. Yeah. On left, he splits the beam. Well, that's close enough together, he could just blow them all away. The exception to the rule, Nasu's style of writing. I'm still waiting for Astolfo. Yeah, I straight up, like, at this point, I'm no longer, like, impressed by the style of writing. I just know it's coming. Like, because he does this all the time. So it's like, basically it's like, oh, he's doomed. He's not gonna make it. And it's like, wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, remember, it sunk an entire ship so that you understand how bullshit what Siegfried did is. Damage cut. Damn, Sumanai's a berserker. I didn't realize he's a D&D berserker. He's a barbarian. Beware the dragon. Yes. Bob, can I have a gun so that I can have a dragon? Here's the Astolfo. Okay. Must have taken off after the first shot. I will say it's kind of bullshit that they already pointed out that the tower was only meant to be able to handle one noble phantasm firing at a time, and the man just fired functionally 3, and it was right after he had just fired 1 more, so the man's managed to fire 4 in rapid succession, and he's already turning to fire yet another. Like, cool, where's the magical energy coming from? Since you already stated there's some kind of limitation to this. Yeah, when's the overheat gonna happen? That's the neat part, there are no rules. No, Bob. You see, there's only rules when we want to violate them. The only thing that's weird here is the demonic beast tearing across the skies. Like, is a griffin really considered a demonic beast? Or is this someone I'm not expecting? Okay, it is Astolfo. I don't... Huh? Yeah, I wouldn't think a griffin's considered a demonic beast. There's, like, quite literally nothing demonic about it. But... I say that, and it's like crabs are considered demonic beasts, so it's like, okay. Everything is. The fact that it wasn't meant that it must have a limit. Yeah, where's your limit, dude? Like, at this point, this is some, like, Salter with the Grail bullshit going on right here. So then maybe he has the Grail and I haven't realized. Like, maybe, no, because Cream has both. So, yeah, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. He's tied to the ley line. That even with that, that's not enough. Not for this. Not for something like this. Definitely not for something like this. Oh, it's a bullet hell game now. Yeah, if he's connected to Cream directly that way, then maybe, right? If she's actually funneling it. No way for his target to evade them all, even if he fled into another dimension? No, I actually think that one would be the solution. Like, if he goes into another dimension, you're not hitting him. He's not there anymore. I'm not done yet. Are you saying that Astolfo had the evaporation of his sanity? Are we sure these are his NP and not just normal shoots? It definitely is his NP. It already, I believe it already said it as such. Oh, he's doing a plunging attack. Yes, it's Dark Souls. Let's go. Yeah, this one might not be, but everything he was doing before was. Yeah. And guys, again, this is exactly why I'm saying this. We're now getting a, like, reference to something we hadn't seen. Still super pissed at them. Localization team, you know what you did. You know what you did. No one says this. Literally no one. Brain damage? No, he's just shot through the heart. Stolfo cheated death. Wait till he has guts. I was gonna say cut him off with the legs, but hey, is he smiling? I was gonna say we can't really tell in his case. You know how I picture Tametomo probably like sounds a little bit more like what's his face? The Final Fantasy 14 trial. Susano. That's how I'm picturing him sounding right now. He's like, how our hearts sing in the chaos. Resolute souls, I salute you. Ah, God damn it. The seas part for we alone. Wild and pure and forever free. Tametomo, a woman in fate? No, not as far as we know, right? I assume he is a he. Does Brito sound echoey in her armor? Yes. Yeah, in her first form she is. Damn, that's a strong gate. Master, hey, Roland's gonna die. What happened with Twitch? What happened with Twitch? Is there something wrong with it? I find it so funny that Durandal's like the it's like the hand-me-down noble phantasm. It just keeps going from person to person to person. Everyone simps for it, yes. It's like, my time has passed. You must take on the mantle. Doesn't Gil have it? I think Gil has like the proto version of it, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so don't go through the gate, go through the fucking wall. So it's like the wand of selection. Here come that defense removal, chat. And yes, that's the other thing. Like, I find it really funny that, like, Hector's version of it is basically a spear. Ah, Zang, you idiot. A sword on its right. Yeah, I know. It's why I find it like so funny, right? Because what is a spear if not just a blade on the end of a stick? What is a sword if not just a blade on the end of a smaller stick? What? Roland was giving up even more than everything. Chat, what is even more than everything? Yeah, it's like it's the argument children have where they're like, oh yeah, well, like, I have it like to infinity, and then like the other kid's like, well, I have it to infinity plus 1. And it's like, okay, so he's giving up everything plus 1. It's a good thing I brought this gate clicker with me. Dude, Zhang's faces are just wild. I thought this point of the plot is stupid. I mean, I get it, right? I understand what they're going for, but I do agree. It feels like... it feels like it's unappreciable, right? Like, you can't appreciate the sacrifice because now you can't know that it's there. Like, you as the reader knew it happened. Nobody in the story knows it happened, and nobody in the story appreciates Roland's sacrifice. So it just feels like it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, right? And I agree with you on that. I really don't like the way this one's written. But it's like, it's still an epic sacrifice. I understand what they're going for. I would also like to point in the inconsistency with this and other things in Fate. So it's at this point in time that we can kind of talk about this, about like data lost, right? what Roland just did is that equivalent. Like, he basically should have been erased from the throne right there. He should not exist anymore based off of that. Because otherwise, how the fuck do you wipe everyone's fucking memory? Right? And like, that's, I think, another level to this that I don't like. It's like, it's an inconsistency here. And then, chat, y'all know he's summonable on the banner. This is the first time he's ever appeared in story. So it's like, I just don't like that concept of data lost and like a unit being like unable to appear anymore in story because they've been erased from the throne. I will take this over data loss any day, but I still think both are stupid. There was a Stalfos interlude after all, yeah. Well, I just mean this is like his first actual time that he has entered story. He appears in a Stalfos interlude, but like that's it, and we have not been able to touch him ever since. Wait, what did I just get from there? I get embers, I guess. I don't see how I have like so many foes that I am just like full up. That still just doesn't even feel like that's that much. It feels like that's about 150 embers overall there. No, maybe about 175. Either way. You know what? We'll give 4 embers to Broland. He's not data lost. No, I know he's not. What I'm saying is there's an inconsistency of the application of that, right? Chat, there is nothing stronger than a miracle. Like, quite literally, right? You can sit there and like try to justify how it works in other things, but like a miracle is quite literally the strongest phenomenon possible. It's inexplicable. It happened, right? Like, and that's what I'm trying to say is you have that compared with data lost, and somehow it's like, oh, the person's like erased from the throne now. And I'm like, no, that's bullshit. Like, that person shouldn't be erased from the throne. If like literally committing a miracle that blanks quite literally all existence of you isn't enough to get you out of the throne, right? I feel like they overused the concept of miracles in Traum so far. No, I'm okay with this. Like I'm okay with it from the simple standpoint of they're dealing heavily with faith and belief in that sense, right? So it's like I'm okay with the actual theming going on here. Also, Jesus, there's a lot of story. When we finally defeat Olga, do you think Data Lost will come back? I don't know. Right? Like, I would hope so, because I think the entire concept of that is stupid. I would like to see them undo it. Not in the sense to cheapen it, but in the sense that, like, it's really stupid that it exists in any capacity to me. Especially because, like, okay, if it's data lost, then I dare you, FGO, I dare you, Lasingle, remove the servant from our account. Never run that servant ever again. No more banners. So it's like, it's a concept that exists purely for storytelling purposes, but it doesn't cheapen the sacrifice. The sacrifice was already like super epic and like honestly like crazy. Well, that's my point. They'll never do that because they know they would literally, they would literally just get torn a new one / in legal trouble, right? So it's why I think it's in general stupid to even go down that route. It strikes me as the throne caring too much about what happens in this time or that timeline too. I think it's like it's a literary tool that they're using, and I think it's done for dramatic effect, and I have a distaste for it. I have a distaste for it from the simple standpoint of we have so many other things that happen like that that don't, you know, cause the same effect. Localized Chaldea itself, but they still exist in the throne. You know what? Ahado, if they actually came up with that as an explanation, I would like that way more. Because I agree, like, to me that's your headcanon, but I think that works better, right? Kneel, bitch. I don't know if this is going to be another like kill 10 type deal, but we'll assume so. Well, yeah, I mean, you could say it's unique to the briefcase, right, Bob? But then how is it that we have access to the data to combat Summoner off the back of Mash's shield? Like, my point being, right, like, the more you think about it, the more problems there are with the concept in general. And that's why it's like, I just think it's dumb. Defeat all. I'll take defeat all. That works. The sacrifice more sacrificing is placed in the singularity in his heroic deeds. He conducted himself in the singularity more than the removal from the throne of heroes. Yeah, I know. What I'm trying to say here, though, is that basically at the end of the day, it does like matter, right? Like how it's treated is important. Okay, I was worried there because I actually didn't pop her guts. We as the reader know that our Musashi isn't dead. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if at the end of LB5 chat, if Musashi wasn't data lost, but was just like gone, not erased from the throne, just gone, would that make her sacrifice any less valid, any less like epic, any less awesome? Oh. That's why I think it's a stupid concept. You could literally remove the entire data loss thing from it, and it's still fucking awesome and epic. So it's like, that's why I find that it's just unnecessary. It's trying to be edgy for the sake of edginess. For edge 8 me, yeah. Ah, oh, beautiful NP gain. Thank you, Morgan. Well, I think it's to give weight to the idea, right? Like, I understand why they're trying to do it. I just disagree with it.
よく言いました。それは絶えずにた滅びの最果てにありながら、これは
Yeah, yeah, you still get more banners for her.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
We must first become data lost in order to get her back. Yes. We're getting darn close now. We'll probably get the Mystic Code to rank 8. I'm surprised he's using this here. Like, functionally on scrubs. Because he's only got, like, one more use of that. I mean, I don't really feel like that's the case, JC, but only because, like, the whole entire reason that she's data lost is because she went off with chaos, right? So it's like, we don't even know if she's dead for all intents and purposes. Like, she could literally just be existing out there in space, floating around on the other side of the fucking universe. And for all we know, she'll come back as some, like, aspect of chaos. And you'll get, like, Musashi Alter. Which would be awesome. Chaos. I'm here to kill chaos. For new Musashi, yeah. Like, in a weird degree, I'm almost positive that they do have some plan for Musashi. I just think it's dumb. You just spoiled the final chapter. I'm sorry. Yes, the JO crystals. You gotta have a JO sesh. Well, I mean, Sherlock, you should have known that it could have been another servant. There's like literally hundreds from the east here. Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. She's quite literally a wanderer. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be using Khadroth again. Of which case, I require Sumanai? Hold on. Okay, that'll allow it. Was it all berserkers that were shown on the screen right there? I just don't remember. You know what? There you go, chat. Rare Jonta spawn. And here we go. Here we go, a Lily. It's 4-star power. That's weird. Normally my Prisma sorts to the top row. Have you used Choco John yet? In the back line, yeah. I think I'm worried if she's like gonna be quite literally just barely shy. Oh, wait, no, she has her charge skill now, doesn't she? Yeah, okay, never mind. She'll be fine. I forgot about that. It's going to be Jonta that's going to be the issue more than anything. Power of unlimited maintenance. My AP capped out because I had so much AP last night after stream, and I meant to get to it. Like about 12:15, I turned like back to my phone to try and like spend the AP down. I was like, oh shit, maintenance. So like I ended up going into maintenance with like 80 AP, and I was like, damn it. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad because I was still up at 4 a.m. when maintenance went back down. So like I at least was able to like, you know, stop it from being capped for too long. You need that charge skill, Lord. Yeah, I'm aware. The real problem is, like I said, Jonta here, because again, like I just don't have her coins, but we're gonna do it. So, I've got a Saber enemy in the first wave. Oh right, coins rip, yeah. Not until Evocation Festival. How many blue apples when I'm going to bed? I usually don't. Like I said, I try not to use a blue apple because I've been bad at keeping my AP down. I try to use blue apples when it's like there's legitimately nothing better to do, right? I don't mind making a blue apple here and there when the alternative is just... Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's not about me being against making blue apples. It's about me not wanting to waste the seedlings. That's really all it is. Pep coins get addressed in 98. I do too. Ooh, I didn't kill that. Weird. This might not work, chat. Like, just because I did not put a, this isn't gonna work. That's gonna do like no damage to the archer, but whatever. Yeah, okay, it's just the heal. At that point, I don't care. God, it's so little damage. I managed to get them back to their NPs, which is fucking amazing. Okay. Oh, so you, okay, so you don't get the last one. Damn, feels bad, man. Ah, okay. That's what I get for being prideful. Time to bring out Morgan? No. What? Morgan? Come on. Who's another rare Saberface? Lakshmi and Mary Anning? What? Mary Anning's not a Saberface. No matter what that grail on her says. Okay, so now she's ready to go off the bat. The assassin's not going to do too great against the caster there, though. Hitomi, thank you for the follow. Oops. Sorry, hadn't touched my my computer there in a minute. Time is deceptively short for these. No, it's fine. Lily! Lily's missing a grail here. Lily's missing 17 grails. Lily doesn't card you, this guy. I know. I was just hoping to God she'd get a crit. Okay. That'll work. Problem is, I think I still need to kill next turn, right? Because I think I'm one shy since that first MP failed. Okay. Ooh, there's a Lancer. Come on, give me Lily cards. Ooh, a Berserker. All right, Berserker's my Huckleberry. It's gotta die, right, chat? Like certainly Lily. We're gonna let Jailter redeem herself. There you go. Beautiful. There it is. Like a glove. Just barely. So I'm saying, like, I could have gone back in there and made that easy, but why? I want to give the lesser known ones their time in the sun. Oh, crap. Oh, good. Thank God. It's a good thing we got a stand-in. Like, man, I was worried what would happen if we didn't have a body double here that had an explosive collar on them to take the hit for us. This is my replacement no jutsu. I weaved my hand signs and put in my you know, dummy log there in place of it. Take the hit. As Naruto came in trying to assassinate me. Still hating him, can you? It's payback. And I feel like most of this is written from his own mental aspect, so you can see exactly how he feels about himself. Like how little self-esteem he has. Did she really feel like it was all part of her plan to become part of the throne so that she gets summoned with her loved one? That's right. Fuck Barrel. All my homies hate Barrel. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, nothing except live. You're just gonna have to live, Khadroth. Again, this is why I'm saying, like, this is actually becoming an overused trope in Nasu's writing, right? True, I can't possibly stop or avoid this blade sweeping towards me. Like these inner monologues or like perspective dialogues where like the person sits here and talks about how impossible this thing is. Like, I don't mind the style of writing, but you can't overdo it. I would like to say, by the way, chat, I still really like the story. Just, this is my critique of it here. Oh, who's that gonna be? Let me guess. Moriarty. Because we haven't seen him this entire time. Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Never mind. This is better. I like this. Like, I could have done without his whole I can't possibly stop this, but this is good. This is well played. Damn, and even after all this, still unupgraded as of this point in the story. What game is this? This is FGO, Fate Grand Order. What was left of her elemental? Interesting. He's an elemental. Yeah, like that's why I was like sitting there wondering. I was like, I guess he kind of is. He's more like curses brought to life, but I guess the only way they can really quantify it is as such. It's interesting though that he like hung around after Anastasia. But I guess, you know, that's sort of how curses work. Oh boy. Question mark, huh? All right, who's getting in the lineup this time? Let's go Gray. Let's go Santa. Oh, let's go Lulter. I haven't used Lulter this time around. Hilariously enough, that means I require two 60%ers. Do I have another 60% charge? Partake with the King is actually one of the few C's I do not have MLB over the years. But I should have that. And then this is going to have to be a K-scope. I still hope so too, Cal.
戦だ蹴散らすラン
Okay. Well, we're not using the Rider or the Assassin here, because that would be dooming myself.
貴様激鱗に触れたな圧倒
Give me the stars.
清楚空母を持ち突き立て食らえ
The big insect is back. Just wait.
ロンゴ
Ooh.
耐えきれるか
Hold on to that. I'll actually scuff that. Purely because now that I know that that's going to be the case, I'm going to pre-card that shit. I didn't think the caster would low. Guess my Lalter's missing some grails too. We'll have to remedy that soon. His story, we can't have Lalter content. Oh, don't worry, we will. Nice, Arnaldo. Congrats. Hmm.
つぶ少なく
There we go. That'll work.
立て食らえ13の血は
Lalter or Salter first? I mean, I have my grails reasonably accounted for like the next little bit here. But I do certainly wonder how to handle that, and I haven't formulated a strategy down past like the next 3 or 4 of them. So I probably need to at some point sit down and think about that, because it's actually not going to take that long. Not with the amount of grail casting we get and the amount of grails we get over time. Of course, now there's the... well, this is going to have to be gray since it's yet another assassin, and I'm going to pray to God I don't get yet another one on the final wave, but it probably will.
暗く古き神と死にたい甘きなさ温かく見ぬか
Yeah. Did Buster down, and I failed to do more Buster. That's not good. Look, another assassin? Yeah. I'm certainly worried about that. I'm also just not getting Buster cards. But that does mean I likely get them on the wave, on the final wave, basically where I need it.
プレゼントの時間だ
I think I just Brave Chain this. I think I just go for it. And I don't think I kill, but I think I get close. Oh, maybe like 2/3 of its health.
祝えいいことしていた
Not even. Okay, so now I have 2 turns to kill 2 enemies. Wow. Pray for lucky Chris. That almost didn't kill. And yeah, that still doesn't. What the fuck, dude? Like, that was just absolute utter bullshit. Yeah, a lot of that was just because I tried to use Santa. But that's still kind of crap. If I have to, I'll just straight up haul out an actual caster. It's probably what I should do. But a little bit I'm insulted by this, and I don't want to have to try. Part of Christmas and fried chicken was not enough. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just bullshit, though. Was that a foreigner gimmick? I guess they'd be stuck. Oh, not as long as they had sufficient enough, like, charge, right? I think that would be the major deal there. Okay, so now I'm working with advantage. Now I've got 3 down. I've got 4 turns to kill 6 enemies. So this is, well, sorry, 7 enemies, but this is still a lot better. Hold off on that for right now. Bomberang, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I can get past LB6 but not be able to do that? Right. I mean, I guess if you just like popped all your stuff, right? Ooh, nice crit. Ooh, double crit. I did not expect the 30% there to crit. Okay, 3 turns left to kill 4 enemies.
盛り上がってますか？盛り上がってますか？お待ちかねのあのナンバーです。そうきましたか。
There should be the like 29k berserker on this next turn. I'm not really worried about that too much. I like it, they hop. They're all like, oh, come on, game. What? It's still doable, but like, God, that's just so stupid that that's the case. Gotta make it difficult, right? Like, there we go. Did it anyways. Ooh, wild beast enemies. Let's go. Oh, one more. Is Charlie okay with just double Scotty and Oberon? Yeah. Summer Scotty is definitely better, but you can do it with just OG. And remember too, like, because you'd probably be taking a support, you can do single Scotty and a Summer Scotty support. So like you can still get some of the additional effectiveness of her. I would never follow a liar's orders. Didn't we lie to her? I would never lend my help to the lying liars of proper human history. I don't understand. Especially since we already lied to her. I think my only regret is that, like, basically Kiyohime and Salome didn't get to like tag team with their crazy obsessions with Master. Everything about you is a lie. Oh. Also, like, Charlie, I feel like you should be helping us. Oh. That's right. You know, he's sitting there thinking, like, damn, she's just unreasonable. No, I don't even have a gun. Sugitani, let's go. Oh. I find it funny that, like, Zhang is just a 3-star after, like, all of this, right? Time you retired? I mean, that's rich coming from you, DQ. What? My power? It's... Chat, look, Bradamante did something. God damn it, it's a clone again. And before that shot that actually hit him is going to have mattered, and that's the whole reason why that third shot hit him. So it's a berserker, huh? Damn it. I will take this semi-seriously. Cool effect. Both. It's weird that like they're not showing her here. Oh, good luck, Boomer. Sorry, Bomber. First time catching you on a stream. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, no, it's perfectly fine to Grail Castoria if you really like her. But like, I'll say Grail for love, not for gameplay, right? Like, so if you're thinking you need to Grail Castoria because like it's gonna help your account, don't do that. Grail Castoria because you really like Castoria, or Grail someone else because you really like them. You'll find you enjoy the game more that way. And if it also happens to be a really good gameplay pick, then hey, more power to you. I like that she's like, oh, you can't tell how much stronger your opponent is than you. I'm like, I don't think you understand him. Like, most of his opponents were like that way as well, and he didn't care. Like, that's why he is who he is. Just because you're stronger doesn't mean you're gonna win. Oberon's third skill can't put Siegfried to sleep in this fight. Interesting. Gain resistance to all attacks. Is this a survive? Never be chosen for allies sacrifice and immune to permasleep. What? I'm just debating if I should like keep him in the party right now. Like, I don't know if his passive is going to come into play. I just lost him on the front line. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here, too. I'm more worried about that damage cut. Oh. Sorry about that, chat.
使いたくいえすごく使いたいです。勤務時間ですね。控えめに言って本気を出します。最果ての光を私にボーナスをセイバーシーズレスダブル X ダイナミック輝きダブル
I don't know, chat. That's a pretty hefty damage cut.
熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ
Oh, it's just him. Shit. Oh, wait. No, it's not. No, yeah, it is. Because I already... Okay.
後押しそこです
Good God, she hates him. Like, really, really, really hates him.
セットアップ行くぞアクトワンしばしお待ちを夏といえばカレーですのでこれだけは使いたくフォーリナーズバッといきます早期銀すなわちコスモス
Hidden target focus? I don't even know that it's hidden. We saw it throughout the entire singularity. Like, straight up, right? We've just come to expect it. Now, to be fair, I'm not using Black Grail on my double X. This is just an ocean flyer, but like... Oh! Barely. Well, she shouldn't be considered a dragon at this point, so I don't know if that's gonna do anything for him. I mean, you know, well... Yeah, no, I'll at least abuse his arts card for the extra charge. Buster up? I'm not gonna use him if I don't have to. The real problem is Cream's gonna start to hurt, and I'm still not through his NP. So like, yeah.
参ります了解したイエスフォーリナー一層と逃がす名もをかける不当の間だロックセックスボルダー
Maid doing maid things.
まだ動くのうっとうしい
Okay, so I thought I actually had to go the distance there, and that's why I was like, man, I really am like wondering how the fuck I'm supposed to do this. And then it's like, oh no, I just have to break the bar. All right, sweet. So finally, rank 8 of the Mystic Code. Ooh, gotta love it. It's the hard boss battle, and it's like 25 AP instead of 5 AP. I still feel like they just have this ass backwards. All right, so it's probably gonna be the same gist here. The only change I'm gonna make is I'm gonna throw that on, just so I have another potential NP should I need it. Squirt time? I could try to go Squirtle if double X doesn't work. I have not used Squirtle this entire singularity. Damn. I mean, just dodge. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not you anymore, Creamhill. He's basically been not trying to kill you. Okay, at least her health is a lot less now. Yeah, it's like, it's amazing what happens when you don't have, you know, a million health. No, thank you. I'll not do that. That seems ideal. God, 18%. Fuck. She had gotten 19%. This means the arts buff will in fact wear off. I mean, I can try this, was probably not gonna work. Oh, it actually kind of did. $68. 68%. Oh, she hit someone else. She literally hit everybody other than the unit she needed to hit. The only thing I'm worried about is that she like insta charges here. Now you hit her. Someone's gonna die? Yeah, I'm aware. Bertrand would honestly be better for this, because I would just deny her. Annoying.
イエス参ります。ズバッといきます。公爵ね。
Hope Castoria survives? No, I don't need Castoria to live. I actually hope Castoria dies. It's just there was no one else to use the cooldown reduction on. And it was use it or lose it pretty much if Made Alter got targeted. So I went ahead and used it. No, this is GG, I win. Unless she has a hidden guts. This one is for all my homies, all my bros. This one goes out to all the servants that sacrificed themselves on the way here. There's no kill like overkill. Exactly. Oh look, a chaotic servant defeat. Ooh. We have the new material. Why is there another battle? Why is it against the saber? I'm joking. I kind of know what this is. Hello, Fox. How's it going, everybody? I just realized I was like, this is probably very spoiler. Well, welcome everybody from Fox's stream. How was your stream? Oh, you're trying out X Defiant. Nice. What did you think of it? I got a buddy of mine who is playing it. We're just finishing story, quote unquote. So, like, just again, fair warning for spoilers for everybody. I suck. Ah, it's all good. I mean, it's a fairly new shooter, so it's like to be expected, right? Big spoilers, right? And hence my warning. It'll be continuing in about 5 more seconds here. But again, thank you everybody, and I appreciate it, my dude. Guys, if you haven't already, go check out Fox. I got your grails. Hmm. Give her a kiss. The tsundere couldn't believe the words she heard. She went from Yan to Soon. uh... Maidenless Khadroth is jealous. Yep. The results of today's battle. Sumanai wins. Well, you know, chat, I didn't have Squirtoria, but what if we tried Jarcher? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've done this. But what if we let the Saint send them out? It's Dolphin o'clock, yes. Cad old Ayaya. No break bars, nothing. Alright, you know what? Fair. Resolute souls, I salute you. I'm giving you everything. Here, I'll even pre-NP with I'll even pre-NP with Bride here. Do the triple arch chain so we get to 200%, so that we basically are triple overcharge. You know, my only issue with this is like, why didn't we be like, all right, guys, since you've made up, let's all go kill Moriarty. Like, I knew it. Shori, Shori, die Shori. Got the chaotic done. Feels good, man. Oh, look, 2 Dragon Reverse Scales. You should be able to finish tonight. I mean, maybe. I think we will continue because I really would like to get this done. I did not anticipate Traum taking me into, like, the second week here. So, like, I think we will try to mop it up tonight if you guys are willing to stick around stream here for a little bit. Because I believe there's still 2 more major fights. Wait, do we actually have the 3rd Grail? I figured, like, Charlemagne had it. But I guess we just had it from the moment we kind of kicked down the door and discovered Don Quixote. Oh, hi, Kiyohime. Nice to see there's still one yandere around these parts. This has been the yandere singularity between Creamhild, Kiyohime, and oh, there we go. And Salome, we literally had our hands full. I think you're my Anchit. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I'm certain enough for the both of us. Moriarty is yandere for Holmes. Moriarty's straight up gay for Holmes. Like, there's no other way about it. Huh? Oh, okay. I was like, why did you pan out like that? That was just weird. It's a Brotome game? Yes. Sorry, chat. He was definitely not the real Shang. Huh? Yeah, I feel like Johanna's like actually mentally kicking his ass right now. Sticking around forever? I don't know about that. Ooh, nice. We got a hootie hoo. It's freaking out with Slow Me Alone, yeah. I just feel like this kind of sucks for a departure for DQ. Like, I was hoping we would get, like, a more heartfelt farewell. No, it's not even Chaldea he wants. Yeah. It's just Holmes. We knew that from the beginning. That's why he has those monologue segments. Radamonte, why are you don't even have to go. Like, you didn't even get injured. That is plot convenient, I feel like. What? Feel like Moriarty's eating them? Yeah. Right. And that's the problem. This whole time, they have just not at all really talked about the Master. They've mentioned them, but it's just like, yeah, there's got to be a Master behind this, and that's it. Like, it's difficult for even me to guess who it's supposed to be. Because they just have not really given any hints. And it's like, I've got some obvious candidates, but like, I'm going to be curious to see if it's anyone that I thought it was. Minerva just does it. I don't like this owl. It doesn't hoot. Are we finishing this today? Yes. I mean, the obvious candidate at this point is Zhang. The only weird part is the discussions basically with Zhang that like, oh, do you know who our master is? So it's like, to me, it seems like that's either a feint and it's actually Moriarty, but like, if it's some unintroduced character, I think I'm going to be a little angry at this point. The master is all of us players. I mean, in all seriousness, that could be the twist, is that the master is quite literally us. And, like, we just didn't realize it. I mean, his personality is completely different. What? Like, Holmes had it right on the head when he first said it the first time, that he was more like playing at being evil and more like manipulating things and like just enjoying and being along for the ride, right? Like, basically old Moriarty was trying to be the like clever mastermind. This one is trying to be evil. He feels forced evil, yeah. He's cocky, I would say. Mm-hmm. But like, old Moriarty is not necessarily evil. It's old Moriarty just has his like ideals and strives for them, and they may fly in the face of good, is kind of the problem. So it's like, to me, he's more like morally neutral than anything else. And he's just self-serving. God damn it. All these embers, just keep adding them is doing funny things here. No space in the second archive? No. No, second archive's full. Oh boy. Yeah, exactly, William. Are all good in their own right? No, I don't think Semiramis is. Unless you mean like gameplay wise. Are you talking like personality or are you talking gameplay? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you have to unlock the final assumption. I don't like that he just keeps calling him Mr. I will. My attack failed to function as an attack? Huh? I assume this is literally one-on-one. Yeah. Oh boy! I probably could have gotten away with double quick. Yeah, I could have. Stun. Even though I'm debuff immune. Okay. Okay, game. Okay. I see how it is. Literally pop the skill to avoid something like that. Oh, look, it's Holmes again. Hey there, Mr. Holmes. Was he the assistant? Don't listen to him! It's a trap! Watson? I see. I see. That's a cool thing. Oh. Hold on. God. Well, we kind of know that is possible. Lion King in Singularity 6. But yeah, I get the feeling I know who summoned him. Join Chaldea in the fight against the King of Mages plot and spy on them. The only being who would give a servant such a mission is the foreign god. Now, this brings up all sorts of questions, chap. Who would that master be? Right? Like, this basically heavily implies that the foreign god is capable of such feats and was around even before the incineration. It shows you how far back the foreign god goes, if this is the case. But honestly, we've had hints about that for a while. Yeah, careful of spoilers, chat. Reason could possibly have to bury the foreign god. Summoned me to London, and then she sent me to find Tri Hermes. Yep. So this is like kind of true, kind of not true. I'd say it's a mischaracterization of Sherlock Holmes, the character, to say that he was neither good nor evil. Sherlock cared predominantly about the truth, but Sherlock was good at the end of everything. And that's why, like, this entire time, there's always been rumblings about this with Sherlock, and I've had many a discussion with Trubs, and I remember discussing this possibility with Trubs before 6.5. Like as we knew 6.5 was coming, and we knew there were hints of Holmes' involvement with it, and Trubs' theory about Holmes betraying. And I told Trubs, and I'm going to laugh because I know I'm going to be right in the end here, that it's not that Holmes might not be an imposter. It's not that Holmes might not be a traitor. He might very well be. But that at the end of the day, Holmes is still on the side of good. And the reason Holmes is still on the side of good is because you can trust the fact that even if Holmes had to get his hands dirty, even if he had to do something he didn't want to do, he would do it simply because he realized it was the only path for humanity. No matter how improbable must be the truth. Break a few eggs, exactly. And it's funny because the whole time Trubs, for I'd say like about like a year and a half, Trubs was quite literally thinking Holmes was evil. And I was like, no, he's not going to be evil in the end. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I've always known Holmes was good. That is fundamentally who his character is. That's how it got spoiled to me. Ah, that sucks. But it's not really a spoiler in that sense. Like, seeing such a spoiler about Holmes being a traitor is very likely to give you the wrong idea, right? So in a weird way, yes, it is. I actually saw someone on Twitter like literally tweet it out like a day or two later, and I was just like, fucking idiot, man. Like, but this is something I already kind of knew was in this singularity. I had already deduced it. It's fundamentally what his battles with Moriarty always turn into. I'm also sad that the Norns are only coming in here. I didn't know that he was necessarily a foreign god disciple. For a long period in time, I actually believed more of like Trubbs's theory, and I think Trubbs's theory would have actually been cooler in all seriousness. That Holmes is still on the side of good, but Holmes had a God shit, what's the term I'm looking for? That Holmes had an outer god in him. Like, straight up. You mean the foreigner card theory? Yeah. I actually think that would have been a better theory, right? And most of the theories that you guys see talked about this sort of stuff usually come from the JP side of things, and I don't mean the English-speaking JP side of things. So it's like, usually me and Trump's talking about these things are like far ahead of the curve. And Trubbs can't talk to me about a lot of it because he knows if he gives me too much, I'll pick up on it. But like, when it's pure theory, it's a fun discussion nonetheless. A detective working on the case of proper human history's murder for justice. Oh yeah, Japanese people have insane theories, and Trubs participates in weekly discussions of them. That's what I'm saying. I've seen people throw like shit Trubs this way, but like, man, people don't even understand Trubs. They're playing like 2D chess, and Trubs is playing like 5D. Just gotta save that. But like, he didn't really win. Yeah, like. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you also employed the power of a fucking god, basically, to do it. Piss off, shit, Burr. Yeah. Yeah, no, you don't get it, Moriarty. Yeah, how'd you get those Norns inside of you, by the way? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, this is easy. Let's go, MASH! Told you MASH was gonna come in at the end. And Chad, I didn't know. I just... I just predicted that. Konnichiwa, bitch. Huh, interesting. How'd he recognize her as a Knight of the Round Table? Yep. Okay, that's a forced support again, isn't it? Yeah, Andy's got to be in the... Yeah. Oh, God, and MASH. Well, the good news is MASH is at least required for this. Let's see. This is going to be kind of rough, though, because I got to think about how it is that I'm going to handle this. And I can buff block him, but I think that's safer. And then I think I will finally take Maid Alter out of the back line. I don't know what to expect. This is why I fought this on JP, but I don't quite remember it. I just remember this was the hardest fight of the Singularity by far. Fate severed, get fucked. Wow, you really kind of want to 3-turn him, but okay. Annoying. Fuck.
凍結展開。これは多くの道、多くの願いを受けた幻想の城。呼応せよモールド・キャメロット。なめんな。
よろしい。恐れよ。興味深い。
磨かれた我が魂の方向。ラクロンドメントニューヘイ。なんだぞ。ここがあんたの終わりよ。内熱衝撃板装填します。
モリアーティ光線。恐れよ。
Char, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the thank you for the 3 years. Yeah, can we get some love? I just had to think about how I wanted to handle the carding. This was a sloppy run because of the forced, like, stuff. But it should be okay. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I actually didn't get the crit there, so that kind of, like, fucked me. But, like, it didn't. Oh, well, he's divine here, but I don't know if he's actually considered, divine for the purposes of being sky trait. I just don't remember. I don't think he's normally divine outside of this singularity. Go ahead and do Squirtoria, get some more stars there, but he probably doesn't live through the NP anyways. So Jalter basically just YOLO'd him. Didn't need safety Jalter, just did Jalter main. So it's not like a min turn or anything by any means, but it worked out fairly well. I was actually surprised he killed Castoria. I expected she was going to stay there. But, like, low-key, that allowed me to get Bride in faster, and Castoria had already done everything other than fire off her NP, so, like, it actually, like, probably fucked him by doing that. If he had kept her alive, it would have taken me longer to get through him. Jolch just negates a lot of ruler fights. Yeah, pretty much. There's even some, occasionally some unremovable buffs that will get blocked by her buff block, which is fucking hilarious. Rare, though. Yeah, it's you're forgetting the actual master. Khadroth? No. I mean, like, Khadroth, yes. He actually did underestimate Khadroth. No, he goaded you into a fight, you fucking idiot. Arrogance begets forgetfulness. Fosbara, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I would like to point out that none of that ever triggered when we put a collar on his neck. No. Pushes him off the cliff. Self-defense? I don't know about that, buddy. That makes us even? That's not self-defense, my dude. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 100% premeditated murder. In fact, it's like 200% premeditated murder. Tried to lie his ass off, yeah. I also focused so hard because I wanted to destroy his ass on that chat. I didn't want to make a mistake. I just wanted to destroy his ass. It's like, that's what you get for dealing Holmes that emotional damage. Corporeal punishment. I mean, so like that shouldn't have been the case. We literally punched Goetia like that. That should have actually been like something there. Let's go with indifference. Wanting to welcome Mash as his bride. Yep. Also, Mash is our woman. Feels good, man. Oh, invite the Knights of the Round Table too. Why would he want that? What, I can't think of the reason, chat. Could you? Charlemagne's paladins are based off the Knights of the Round, chat. I told you all that at the beginning of the Singularity. It's like, no one believed me. Merlin even went to serve in Charlemagne's court in Nasuverse. Kid hasn't been spoiled. I have not been spoiled. So I swear to God, if one of you does that. But no, that's why I had the whole comment about Charlemagne being a King Arthur simp. He straight up did aspire to be King Arthur to a degree. This doesn't look like Nevada. I like how the owl had the annoyed like vein popping mark. Damn. Feels bad, man. Sumanai's buff is out? Nice. I'm sorry. You still got a long way to go before you can even think about calling yourself part of Team A, Khadroth. Oh, you're right. I would have to go a long way down. I would have to leave my spot in Team EX. A tilde? Ah, yes, the squiggly line. Oh, don't worry, Holmes will be back. Yes, because the spirit origin signal disappearing has never meant anything other than death. You'd argue he fell on purpose? Oh, 100%. He had to make Moriarty think he won. Hey, Barry. There are no wolves in Nevada. At least not in a forest. Certainly not a forest that looks like this. Yeah, I was gonna say, there probably are wolves, but like... This is not what Area 51 looks like. But I'm guessing we're still inside the singularity. This is like Lake Tahoe area, yeah. Gained a new department or inherited a lord's seat. Yeah. Turns all of humanity into gods. I became a lord. Yeah, no. He'd literally be God. Oh, I see. He's basically saying that if things had proceeded as normal. Hmm. Open sesame? Or is it please? Moriarty's in shock. Traum in Utah? No, Nevada, they said. Or, like, well, I don't know, right? Like, maybe, depending on the area covered. I don't think it really matters, right? Like, there was nothing actually there in the end. Yeah, Zang? Yeah. He's already dead. Omae wa mo shindiru. You know, you'd think like by now they would give us like a camera or like something to wear so that we could at least record the things. Oh, they used that effect twice. Smart. It's funny because I was gonna say the first time, but it's actually from like 2001: A Space Odyssey. Oh, come on.
I mean, I could attempt to fathom a guess, but like that is definitely a cliffhanger. I mean, like, it's weird because you see that, like, there's the body of a human or a humanoid, right? Like, that's seemingly invisible with all the veins there. And then a twig, right? Like fundamentally a tree. So it's like yeah, I mean, that might be the guy that made it to Area 51. Like, you can't say anything for certain with this, and that's why I'm like sitting here and just being like, I don't really know, right? Like, there's so many weird possibilities for something like this. What about Blue Book? Yeah, no, that quite literally might be Blue Book, right? Like, I don't know. And I like that I don't know to an extent, right? Like, it's interesting to see like what's behind the door, and that like quite literally, it's, to me this seems like in a weird way, in a weird way, it's like the trees are galaxies, right? We already kind of know that they're contained within, and it looks like, 100 years ago, humanity got their hands on one, experimented on it, and that either is what caused everything to like come back to bite humanity, or straight up like the others came looking for humanity. I don't know. Either way, though, it's like, I did figure that was going to be the case, that you had an alien locked behind there of some way, shape, or form, and that they were the one that wanted retribution in effect, right? Because they ended up here somehow, some way, and that all happened. But this isn't Roswell, right? No, Roswell was in the 60s, I want to say.
Test subject E also implicates a subject A through D. Yeah, but you don't know whether or not A through D are the same subject, right? Could be different aliens. So 40s, thank you, sorry, yeah. And there you go, Golden Sea of Trees. And chat is saying that apparently we got the rank ups for Sherlock and Sumanai now out, so feels good, man. But yeah, chat, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I will have to stew on that one for a little bit. Let me see if anyone is on. No, I'm a little bit on the late side, so there is like nobody else on. It's a weeknight, so I kind of get it, right? But okay, we will go ahead and end here. Thank you guys again for watching. Like I said, Tame Tomo review tomorrow. We might also get some of the Grail front done, but we also have Wuthering Waves coming out tomorrow, so we'll see. I don't think Wuthering Waves debuts until like 10 p.m. my time. But definitely be an interesting thing to check out. So again, have a good one. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.